I am back with more Great Ace Attorney. And I do believe we were just starting, yes, some new testimony from this very interesting married couple. So let's see what they have to say. Constable Beats report. Wait, before I do these voices, I should probably drink more water. Here we go. Maybe a little more. I just realized I haven't talked at all this morning. Okay. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, Nothing strange to report on that front, Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, yes, You're like, pathetic emoji, poking your fingers at your pointer fingers at each other. Sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. Damn, he's like, do not forget. This man is it with the police. Think of that whenever you think he might be wrong about something. And now the instant he's like, you forgot to mention something, he like lays right into them. No, sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. He's been here less than a week. Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. All right, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Like that, oh. But as it is a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. It'd be a little hard to throw it that way. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is that its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it'd have to be pretty, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No! You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be! Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. This man cannot catch a break. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. When will Ryunosuke Naruhodo ever catch a break? This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. Are you sure?
Hold it!
But the book, it's still got outside. I'd say it's still definitely theirs, and she was clutching it. So how did that happen then, if it wasn't out the window? Huh? Can you explain that, Van Zeeks? How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? Can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby is good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Saw! Oh, Roly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Roly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There is a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. Which is... But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some of tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Oh, well. Let's take a look-see at that. Not that I'm gonna present evidence, but... Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. He's expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for furtherance of community relations. Item... Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Roly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star in the fog? How could you, even if it was a light fog, how could you fucking see the stars? Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Roly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. Who the hell, Rosa Versailles looking ass? Both of them? Rosa Versailles if everybody was like a knitted amigurumi, I guess. This is apparently a married couple who their scarf is one long scarf that's tied to each other. Anyway, hello, Rowan. Then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. No, they witnessed the lady getting stabbed. Meow meow and Graha. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat! Oh, Rolly! Yes, this case is full of weird couples and Natsume Soseki. Oh, I think you missed yesterday the kind of working class, juror with the scruffy beard. His wife gets so mad at him that she throws knives at him, apparently. So this case is just full of many fucked up couples. At least 3. That's what I'm saying, girl. What is in the water in England? A lot of poo. I guess that's what makes these people crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I literally tweeted when I linked this, like, is this what Shu Takumi thought all marriage was like in turn of the century London? Because we're like 3 for 3 so far. Like, Patricia here is like, oh, I would never hit Rolly, but he keeps falling asleep because he's so exhausted, so she keeps like yanking the fucking scarf like a dog chain to wake him up, and I'm like, you're gonna give him whiplash, girl. Yes, the Delights would never treat each other so respectfully. That's so true. The Delights would never do this. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Also, Rolly is packing a pistol. Actually, I think it might have been a revolver. So, not only have there been knives, there are now guns in the courtroom. Siblings are dating? Oh my god. I thought they were siblings at first. I was like, are they a couple? Or... oh god. Yeah. Rolly takes out his Glock. No. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, saw. What? You're literally always fighting sleep. No, wait. No, she said you were face down in the snow. That's a contradiction. Hold it. Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. I doubt it. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir! Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were there at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy, Saw? One that just happened to be burnt as well? What are the chances? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, Saw, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrideb without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrideb, if we're ever going to get the truth out of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garrideb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garrideb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again! We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes! Well, I never did press this one.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir! They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinged casement thing before? Yes, this is the guy who pours a glass of wine and then smashes it. He's even... I lost count of how many glasses he's smashed so far. He's even smashed a few bottles. It kills me. There's this animation where he just takes the bottle and flings it right the fuck over his shoulder, like into the gallery. I'm like Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh, hello?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garden household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, so... that really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. In the Garrideb household, if the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, as we think she may have been, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Did you guys move her body? So you guys didn't have to skip the meal? But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Aha. Thank you. And now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Are you serious? You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. Oh my god, pat and roll. Oh! Pat and roll. Petroli. Oh my god. Why did that not? Alright. In both the English and Japanese versions, Rolly and his wife's first names are a pun on the word patrol. His English surname Beat? Yeah, I figured that out. O'Malley! Omawari. Oh. Omawari means going around, so that might be also like a police beat. Patrolling, I suppose. This poor guy. Thank you for looking it up. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? We never suggested anything of the to the contrary, ma'am. Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's words counts for nothing, does he? No. The name sounded too specific not to be puns, so I had to search good. Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it. I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back. slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place, and I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Hello? Yes?
Excuse me.
Constable Beat? Is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd been back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. Oh yeah, that night was their first wedding anniversary. That's why they were going out to eat. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies, and he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, he did forget about it. Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Hello? I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. She loves to talk. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. I knew it! She was moved! In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband... I knew it! The cop moved her body so he didn't have to skip out on his anniversary meal. I knew it. Your husband, presumably? That's right. Silly me. I'd gone over the wrong side of the street. No, you didn't. The flowers didn't move themselves. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side Briar Road to the opposite. No, the body moved. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. A beautiful rose Rolly bought me with the change from the gutter that he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean This sorry, solitary rose?
Oh! Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose? Roses are expensive, don't rag him. I think Van Zeeks is like, you can't call one rose a bouquet. Oops. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. That's the true scene of the crime! Right under the window! Although it wasn't noticed until this morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. It actually was on his bait! I figured it out!
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
I think we might need to get the Bobby fired. No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
It is 3 days old and probably dirty. I don't know. The anniversary bouquet had been entered into the court record. But
it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. B. Like you forgot the flower.
I didn't take my I'm off the crime scene for 1 minute, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly. I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Oh, how Japanese. Perhaps you should consider branching out? Oh, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example? That's it. Yeah. Wait. It's a very stylish paper that the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in an English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Sasato-san, you do love your cakes. Yum, sweet potato. I know what I want to say here, but I need to figure out how to... Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? The ink would get all over it. Oh, you're right.
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location.
Oh yeah, that's the same. Yeah, you dropped it at the scene of the crime. I know what I want to say, but
Hold it!
nothing to report.
That's correct, sir.
Really? How did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light of that?
I don't know. Haha.
Alright, I gotta find a contradiction to this one. How do I... Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garadeb was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. All right, what can I say to really tear this open? Probably on the last statement. Let me look at everything carefully. That's the so-called crime scene, but over here is where it would have fallen off the window. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
Yes, that worked! Yay! You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. All right, that was enough. Okay. Tear his ass open, Ryunosuke. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
Your husband's been a bad, bad boy. Get his ass. In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road from where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of the Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
I think he has.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering. Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have caused to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? That would be Mr. Rolly Beat.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that for you, girl? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
He ran away! If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Oh, well.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
I have an explanation for that. You've offered no motive. I have motive! I have motive! You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. I have a motive. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Yes. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Whew. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
You have a very terrible sense of direction, girl. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Right here. On the pavement.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
Oh, your husband's looking rather serious. On the evening in question, Mr. Gairdeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Get his ass!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. Yes, they did.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground when you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet. The bouquet, I presume? Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously, which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. He's awake now, isn't he? No, or not. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? You're using that as an excuse this time.
Oh, Rowley, isn't it true? Isn't true, isn't it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rowley, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Right, she's not a corpse. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say. Saw? I know why. I can present a motive. What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. Or damaging the yard's reputation for everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? Oh, you're legit surprised. You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is for this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. He called me extraordinary. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for the Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? That would be... the pavement. Yeah, the pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road.
Take that!
It's this piece of evidence here, you see?
No, that doesn't count.
Fuck.
Objection!
No! No! What the fuck? Why? The rose? Oh, okay. That'll do it. Makes no difference where you come from, Mr. Naruhodo. Human emotions are the same. That's what I was thinking, yes. And I think you have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind Constable Beat's actions, don't you? You seem to have my own thoughts and have a good idea of my own thoughts and feelings, Mrs. Otto. Perhaps too good an idea. I'll do the rose. Well, I heard you muttering to yourself before, you see. I knew he was muttering to himself. I knew he was muttering. I knew it. When he's thinking, he's actually muttering to himself. She just confirmed it. At once, my lord. England, Japan.
Take that!
She's a mind reader confirmed. Thank you, Rowan. You saved me. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? This is probably Naruhodo talking.
What saw? Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes.
I knew it!
Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Yes, now we're getting there. I jumped ahead a little bit, I guess.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me.
Yeah, exactly.
When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives.
Exactly.
Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then...
I called it. Oh, he's crying.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did! Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back from my sins, didn't he?
You probably hurt her worse, right? Just like moving her body with the knife still lodged in there.
That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th, being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gardeep household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Well, I think I know how this woman got stabbed. I know exactly how this woman got stabbed. The fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir! Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. What, you're like, all right, tamper with crime scenes, but do it right next time? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like. And never again make the mistake. Okay, well, there you go. I was gonna be worried for a second. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over. There's something more going on there.
Sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought the third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who... No! Only person who could have possibly committed this crime. Big objection. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. I agree. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name this person, if you will, and a further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crimes. That would be Joan Garadeb.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. Oops. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a commoner garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garadeb.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm a juror, and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, he's here, leaning on his cane.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
I knew it! They had to testify together. I knew it. Oh, her eyes are sparkling. They're so cute. Toxic but cute. What? Oops. Was it only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Oh, his face got better too. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? British Edgeworth is extra flamboyant, perfect. He is interesting. He's straight up like a vampire. Hello, Bebop, how are you doing? So you're an Ace Attorney fan too? I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment and of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. Yeah, you guys should pick him better. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You'll recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives about our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back was really one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. I just noticed he's wearing his medal that was on the mantle. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that the surroundings are barely noticed. What, did you go to war, Van Zeeks? These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they've testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Pretty sure that was y'all, she thought you were cheating on her.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide off the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Then why would he be staying with you? Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books. That would explain it. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw! That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you sure? How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Jupiter!
By Jupiter, yes?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. Oh my god, the pipes turn into the teacup. Oh my god, that's smart. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here, for real? They're back. Yes, they're back. I knew they'd have to testify together at some point, and they sure are. Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously. We'll take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Oh, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Oh! Kamazuchiya too! Thank you so much for following. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much. I wonder where we should make an account. Could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Yes, Ace Attorney! Yeah! I am a very old Ace Attorney fan from like 2007. But this is my first time playing the Great Ace Attorney, so I've been having a ball. This has been so fun. Oh, same? Oh, wow, cool. Damn, maybe we knew each other on court record forums and have no idea. Hey. Hey! This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Oh, maybe that's where the tip of the knife went. Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. You better watch your back, Mr. Garadeb. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. I need to find the fucking tip of the knife in that thing. I hope it didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. No, you're so fantastic, Susato. Always speak out of turn, always. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Let's go! Pipe. Where's that frickin' tip of the... Aha! How did he not find it in there? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's not coming out. That's why he didn't pull it out. It's a tiny Oh! No, it is just in there. It's not stuck. It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Yes? Ha ha ha. I knew it! I love Susato because she's like calm and smart and rational, not over the top, but still a freak. So true, bestie. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter, what can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing was in the victim's back is really one of ours, we'll have a job proving it, I think.
Objection!
Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. Oh, maybe that's why he didn't notice it was in there. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Oh, he's squinting. Oh, it's so cute. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle with a B to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. So do you call yourself Garaded? Garabed? Garabeb? Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Smack. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh my god! I just realized the back of him is all burned! I didn't notice before. You can see his goddamn underpants. You appear rather confident that in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? The knife!
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the very tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. Ouch! And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. Ouch!
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Ah! Ugh! Oh, it's the first time he's reacted like that. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks? I don't believe it. I'm having a heart attack. This is the first time I've ever seen him react like this. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Are you shitting me? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did this fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yet it would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. They're both sweating. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Ah! In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh, no! They got a box for her to stand on. A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. No, I will get your ass. I know exactly what this inconsistency is and how to explain it. She fucking bent over to pick up the book, bro. An insurmountable... What? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! Oh no, it's back! That's right, you silly little man! I know it's back, and it's still on. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Yeah! There is a way! Y'all! I'm gonna shake Ryunosuke. It's so simple. Order, order! Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on top of her. Ow! Well, yeah, and she'd be definitely dead. He's lost for words. Look, I'm gonna shake him. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? It would appear the defense made a rather spectacular blunder. I can explain! I can explain! If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Bro, there's a very simple explanation. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. I'm gonna pulling Ryunosuke by the collar and shaking him very hard. But now the way has been blocked completely. Bro! By one simple inconsistency. Bro! Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. That's right, Susato, my girl! My girl! Miss Susato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. Susato is like reading my brain thoughts from across the screen. Susato reading my brain waves. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. No! No!
Attention.
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. And it's not that difficult. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Unless, under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel, there is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present evidence of which you speak. Oh, this is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its... Oh, the music! Let's go! Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw? Yes, Mrs. Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. Yes, exactly. Oh my god, she's so cute. I love her. Olive green. We gotta make sure you live. I hope the hospital's taking good care of you. And pick the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in that very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sooseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Woo! We finally figured out the truth in something. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? I think, you know what? The only purposeful murder so far that we've figured out has been the one in the very beginning of the game. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. Yeah, for sure.
This was not my intention.
Pretty sure this was not the Gyarados' intention. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Gyarados. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but... Old bean! It really was all my fault, wasn't it? I want someone to call me old bean, right? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's all right. I know. They're so toxic but cute. I love them. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Oh, the other way around. Ah! They're so cute. They're so cute. The opposite of when she was like easily holding him so tenderly in her arms. They'll need couples therapy, but they'll be all right. Yeah. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Gyarados? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had led her in an especially flustered state. She had the vapors! However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they had what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Yay! Olive! She'll live! It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. This wouldn't have happened if they bricked up their windows. Yeah. They bricked up all the downstairs window. They had to brick the top stairs ones too. The upstairs, that's the word. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yay! Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. Thank you, sir. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has gotten the better of him. Yes, poor man. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help! For for a doctor! For the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Not... Haha, not to me, more like not sue me. Yeah, exactly. He's not getting sued anymore. He's getting exonerated. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that claim has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. You have a way with words, Judge. I heartily commend you both. Oh, praise for me? Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a cork of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay! Woo! Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Yay! And finally, it's for the right reasons. Yay! Finally, we did a court and discovered the truth. We did the thing. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. That's only 3. I guess the I'm is before. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. (20th February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Oh, we're having the happy, not guilty music. Oh, it's been a while. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with us using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Hey, Sam, we just got not guilty. Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! Aw, he's lovely. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. He has friends! They're just back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what it's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. There he is. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. You're late. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Ah! It's you! Hairlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Hairlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I've placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Oh, Mr. Crocker mannerisms? Oh my god, you're right! Oh my god, you're right. He's a lot nicer than Crocker, though. Now I'm not going to be able to unsee it. I do feel very bad about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ah! Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. He's what Crocker would be with a healthy home life. I don't think he really had that healthy of a home life historically. This was a real guy who lived. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. No, if Mr. Crocker had a rich internal life with surrounded by literature, perhaps. Yeah, Natsume Soseki was a writer who lived in real life. He was one of the most famous Japanese novelists. But this is supposed to take place right before his novelist career, so nobody knows him as a novelist yet. He actually, yeah, Rowan did the research that Natsume Soseki actually visited London for a year in real life and was actually miserable there. But he probably wasn't accused of stabbing a lady. That was creative liberties. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
London was even more cringe back then. Oh my god, it's so cringe. There was bricked up windows because there were taxes on fucking windows. Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Oh my god, that's right. We need to watch him like a hawk and make sure he doesn't die under mysterious circumstances. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, that what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. I have complete confidence. Susato is now his bodyguard. Hiya! Why did you have to demonstrate on Ryunosuke? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Trembling. As much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Well, he's been here a year, and they said, Rowan said he only stayed a year in London, so maybe he is going back. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
And become the most famous novelist of the Meiji era. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. Ayo, Ryunosuke sub confirmed. Well, he's a sub in all the fan fiction I found with him and Kazuma. It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops, and I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. Yeah, let's go, become the novelist. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I need to write. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Yes, let's go! Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. Oh my god! Wait a second, I did read Kokoro, didn't I? I totally did. Not just Bochan, I totally read Kokoro. Hold on. I'm looking up a synopsis. I am now pretty sure I read Kokoro in college. Let's see. Yes, the young man and the older man he calls sensei. Yes, I did read this book. So I've read Soseki's novels, Kokoro. I read a little bit of Bochan in college too, and I Am a Cat, and now I need to actually read it. This game right now. Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, exactly. It's like heh heh heh, wink wink, nudge nudge, especially if you're Japanese. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And You are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? Yes, let's room with Sholmes! Room with Sholmes! Room with Sholmes! It's like Doctor Who episode where Doctor inspires Charles Dickens to write A Christmas Carol. It is like that, oh my god. That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then! You could take my lodgings? No way in hell. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? You mean the cat? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. It's the cat, isn't it? Yes, Kitty. Yeah, that evil spirit, Stella, also tries to suffocate me in my sleep. We'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Yes, room with Sholmes! Room with Sholmes! Room with Sholmes and Iris! Yes, I'm so excited! Yes, yes, yes! Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Yes, yes, yes! Really? I kind of saw this coming. I'm so glad they're actually doing it. Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Does it have a window? Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning up the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective office's attic! I'm too overcome for words! So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. It's probably a better price than anything you guys could find. Like, for real, do it. Also, Iris is amazing. And it will never be boring. Then it's settled. I'm so happy they're staying with Sholmes! Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. No, yeah, Susato is definitely a fangirl, was reading the Sholmes novels and stuff like that. Well, not the novels, but you know, how the Sherlock Holmes stories were originally being serialized. She was reading the magazine. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening, and you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. I'm happy too. I'm heading home. If you don't hear from me again, it's because I passed out. Okay. Have a safe way home, Rowan. And we got Natsume Soseki off. Yay! God damn it. Locum. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. When you're famous. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer and you a successful novelist. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Yes, exactly. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Yay! I'm so happy! Oh, this isn't bad! There's windows! There's windows! The attic room. Hey, this is nice! This might even be bigger than the ship cabins. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too, it's simply wonderful, isn't it? Would the attic be classified as a separate flat? I guess they're classifying it now. The landlady is. Oh, good question. I have no idea. You might be right there. Maybe the landlady didn't think that far ahead. But they'd have to. Maybe both mail will go to 221B. Maybe if there's I don't know. They'll have to sift their mail out from Herlock Sholmes's. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. London moment, yeah. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, this is the first time we've seen him without his hat. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, the first time we've seen his puffy hair. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. This turned out so well, but I have a feeling next case is going to be so fucked up. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. This man has what I wish I could style my hair to. I have a feeling he doesn't brush his hair at all, and it's just naturally like this. How disgusting. You disgusting man with your good hair. Herlock Sholmes, you disgusting man. It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Well, there's only one more case! Ha 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 ha! Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? My hair is naturally puffy, but does not set this well. Ah, gotcha. London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Yeah, that was so good! Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. I know! I've been thinking of Sweeney Todd a lot, too. That one song, though, about the, like, yeah. Landed in London, awarded. Yay! The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Yep, there's only one more episode of the first game. There's a sequel, fortunately. So we did this, and that, and that, and that. So the last one. Oh, the Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, the Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. All right, I'll leave you on that.
and I will take a little break before we get right into oh my god, scary. All right, I'm gonna go refill my water, and then we'll get right into this. So hold on just a moment.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Hello, folks. I see you had fun while I was gone. All right, Rowan, we're getting right into it. The last case of the first game, episode 5. We're doing Hound of the Baskervilles. I know that's a Sherlock Holmes story. The adventure of the unspeakable story. Let's go. Let's get dark.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared.
Now I know all this is written by a
From
10-year-old.
the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
All right. 2 months. Wow, they're established now. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown to on the day we arrived in the country, and Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind it, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th April. They have been here a while. 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door of the telegram boy. Oh, you can tell which desk is Susato's and which desk is Naruhodo's. Naruhodo's is a fucking mess, and Susato's like extremely neat, and she's got like the entire tea ceremony set up on the left there. Oh, and she's got a calligraphy set up. I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! It's time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said that she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. Are you okay, girl? So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. All right, I understand. Soseki-san. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived in Japan by now, wouldn't he? Won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or just be a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. Poor guy. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Yeah, the Reaper hasn't gotten him yet. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering what might become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards to Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled in insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? I guess they gotta flee the country and they'll be fine? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely, not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Seeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. He likes us, doesn't he? Oh? Yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. He just came back, lost twice, and then left. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then? Just my luck. I wonder if it's just a coincidence. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. Does he like us or something? Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Something's going on with that man. All right, I need to look at the digs. Look at Susato's perfect desk and Naruhodo's fucked up desk. I love it so much. Ah, this must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah! No! You mustn't look at that! Not under any circumstances. All right, I won't. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. He wants you carnally. I've started to think, is like, do you like him Van Seeks? Is this why you keep following him around and making his life hell? Is that an animal? We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well. Oh, little aquarium with little shrimps. They have little shrimps and anemones. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass inside your room. You have an aquarium. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it? They have little shrimps. Oh. There's the Dharma he brought with him. Ah, the Dharma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said I'd color the other eye in once I won my first case here in Britain, but you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. I tell you what. Why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? So at the end of this case, I take it? If you insist. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. You could tidy up once in a while. Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. She wins, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. I love your iron teapot. It's spring at last and the weather is warmer now, but I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm all right for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes for me from time to time and Iris's unique herbal infusions, this place is a paradise for a true tea lover. I'm so jealous. I want to live there so bad. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? I think so. Meanwhile, you got the whole tea ceremony set up here. So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. She has a beautiful tea bowl. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup as she makes it. It's just so bitter. She would kill you. She would give you the Susato throw. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. That's why you get the really fucking sweet sweets bit with it, because it's so bitter. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face, so... Shovel. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. Oh no! This is it. This is it. The new stepladder. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. The new ladder versus stepladder is spade versus shovel. Now I have to examine any shovels I see. I mean spades. I think that's about it. Do you know, I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. Oh, Susato sleeps over there? I've never even peeped inside. I should think so too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say, young maiden. I'm gonna present my armband. It means a great deal to me, you know, that you cherish his armband so, and wear it each time you appear in court. No, this is gonna make me sad. Why did I do this again? Well, it's very important to me. It's what shows that I'm a lawyer. And whenever I wear it, I feel it gives me strength through Kazuma. I absolutely can't be without it, especially when I'm at a critical point in a trial. But just the other day, I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit that park. Oh, Ryunosuke! Sometimes I forget to take it off. All right, let's go down to Sholmes' suite. All right, my lodging's an office located in the attic above the suite rooms rented by Mr. Sholmes. I call it a consultancy, but clients aren't exactly beating down the door. The furniture we've moved in recently, this place is starting to feel like a real office. When you're ready, let's go downstairs for breakfast. The home and office of the world-famous great detective and his young companion, Iris. It seems people from all over the globe have come to engage his consulting detective services.
Morning, Runo! Morning, Susie!
Oh, he's playing violin! Morning, Iris! He's terrible. Iris.
What is it, Runo?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you?
The first time he's practiced in 2 months?
Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh no, he's gloomy. Hello. Hello? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, sorry. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. I love this so much. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? I love this. Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Kitty! Is it? Oh! It's Soseki's cat. It's the evil spirit. Wagahai! Wagahai! Oh look, it's Wagahai! Good morning, boy. Okay. So, famously in Natsume Soseki's novel, I Am a Cat, which is written from the perspective of a cat, the cat's personal pronoun is Wagahai. So the cat named Wagahai is a Natsume Soseki I Am a Cat reference. Good morning, boy. Ah, baby! That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use, but how did it get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast.
So they did end up with the cat, the evil spirit. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Oh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. Oh, I knew something looked different. Oh, he's so depressed because his desk got cleaned. Something's missing from Mr. Shom's desk. Everything. I love this. Wanting to die. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melisonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed. For days. Bowed? Or bowed? To them? Or bowed the violin? Anyway, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored, to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion!
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddess of the arts are fickle. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Ah! Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Maybe everything else you do, the detecting, the stuff, you know? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Missing machine? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... Oh yeah, there was a machine there. Your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now.
Sorry, it's at a windy bank?
No, Windibanks, the pawnbrokery.
It got pawned? Pawned? What? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything from desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? How pawnbroking works. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need rise.
Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Winterbanks, you see.
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't.
Like that machine.
Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. So he did this to himself, I take it?
Iris! She's so cute! Waga hi!
Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Yeah, Mr. Natsume's cat, Waga hi. This is so cute. I love this literary reference.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are like that. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses.
Oh! If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. How'd he get it over here in the first place? And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Yeah, no shit. As like Kazuma dying.
Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Yes, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
A cat doorifier? What? What is that?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat.
Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? I need me one of those.
That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see?
You could totally use that for breaking into places, girl. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make a cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flops anywhere I like.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. I love her. We need a cat flap. We need Wagga Hide to come visit us up in our room. Oh, what was that? Wagga Hide? Uh-oh. What was that? Oh no. Oh no! Wagga Hide's tangled up in your violin! Oh Jesus. I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. I knew it would be fun here. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he?
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Oh yeah, let's assess the damage. Oops. It looks okay. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Wait a second, then you should be very concerned that the cat is playing with it. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. That thing's gonna be worth $1 million. Oh no, the cat really did fuck it up. No! I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music, to tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none! Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different than normal. Very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. Oh my god, was our violin stolen? So the cat didn't fuck up the Stradivarius. That's good. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Oh, that got his attention. Oh, he's depressed because it didn't sound good. It's because he was playing a terrible violin. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then?
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened if we ask her.
What did
do you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windibank's until last week.
At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea! Last week, I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument, but it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. My ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw! A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. Was all of that a lead up to this punchline? I mean, Jesus. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. I think this cheered him up. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mrs. Sato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect to press your egg ever more obtusely. All right, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Bruno. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. All right, let's go. New location has been added. Baker Street? I guess we can go straight to Windibank's pawnbrokery. A British pawnbroker shop. How fascinating. Cute. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly, Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Hello, sir. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes? This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. Our observations. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. Well, there's only one way to make amends. Yes, sir? What? Hello? Gun? Ah! That's not necessary, sir! I shall have to take my own life! I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Oh my god, why is this dark humor here? Ah, yes? It was you, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. It was all your own fault, Sholmes. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow, the fault is mine. Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. Jesus Christ. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? Very true. Ha! I do believe you might be right, sir! It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, that would be mum, wouldn't it? The unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean? Forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Jesus. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see? I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windibank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. This safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life. This is all very strange. Oh, shit. I forgot to go down one. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Don't pawn your kimono, Susato, please. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I praise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. What happens if they don't pay you the money? And the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then? That's right, ma'am. That's right. That's right, mom. That's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. You literally just were this morning. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbank? What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Color! Wow! Ah yes, a print from the camera says record the activity at the shop counter. Color, impressive. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But what if they were between the 30-second windows? But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not 1 but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? Well, you could at the very least foot the bill for the film. My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. That looks more like it. Beautiful. And don't let the cat play with it. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. That thing's gonna be worth millions of dollars one day. Don't let the cat play with it. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, This would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet, so none but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windibank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. I'm worried about that guy. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Oops. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windibank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. But there is but one key, and Mr. Windibank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder, and the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble, which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Jesus Christ. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Oh no, it's a spade. It's a shovel. Look at that enormous, oh. Pleasure opening the counter there. Have to be, oh. Look at this! What could this lovely, big, shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country? Oh my, yes, but I've never certainly seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? How nice. Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed. Though their popularity has waned recently in the development of the gramophone, of course. Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Especially in this century that you're coming up on. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Oh, I thought it changed there. Whoops. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing a little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. Oh, you're back. Hello, we're at a pawnbroker. And the proprietor is a little jumpy. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. All right then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once. Oh, all right then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Hey, it's that girl. What the? I don't believe it. It's that maid from the jury. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. But I know that girl! Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Was there a 3DS trick with that? I wonder. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It's, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here, look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back the way it was before. Hmm? What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing? No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Anything else? We're looking properly at everything. They have cacti. People tried to pawn their plants. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page day calendar. Every night at midnight, I'd tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. A perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windibank. And who was it that walked out here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh, yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Overly so. What? Only a tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had proper butchers at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. I think I know who this is. Knew it. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago. I knew she was gonna come back. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Oh my god, it's been a while since I've done the Mr. McGilded voice. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. It still takes her forever to load it. What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have you? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Stolen goods. She's cute, she is cute. Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibank on your behalf. Pull the other one! I don't need no help from some stuck-up D! Get out of my business! Go on, or I'll make trouble for you! As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? It looks like it's for playing for, music box. And you! Go on, leave me alone! Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. The tension. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, all right? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. She talks like Jack from Final Fantasy XIV. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? All right, then. I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how to best answer that, really. Yes. Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, all right? I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see? For use inside a music box. In a music box. What, you don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell, so that's why it's not worth much, because you can't place where it belongs. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... Who? He? Who? He who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. The disc's worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ah! She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see. And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me! So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Dubious disc, wasn't that an item in Pokemon Colosseum? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. Oh, what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. Is that any of our business? The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat she redeemed. I thought that was different. I didn't remember her wearing that coat. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I'd understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me? It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this definitely is all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please! What? What's that? Who the fuck is that? Who is this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I'm done talking with him yet. I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How did you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my! Now that's a lie! What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. What is going on here? Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Oh, this is tense. Miss Lestrade, what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those are wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this sandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windbank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant! I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh. I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Goal! Hey, it's been a while. How are you doing? Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. Doing good? Thanks for asking. Thought I'd drop by for a bit. Oh, thank you. We're getting into the final case of this lawyer game, and I think things are gonna get pretty spicy. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Oh, there he is looking in there. Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. A date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, when I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. Well, how did Gina know the watchword then? What if someone tells you the correct... And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Oh. But then, how did Gina know the watchword? How do you explain that, weird gentleman? If it's really yours, why did Gina know the watchword? Who the fuck are you, by the way? Picture postcard gentleman. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery, brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. Wrong place. Wrong place. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Oh, of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. And what's your name? My name is Benedict. Yes, Edgar. My motherfucker. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. I agree. Now, I agree that it's suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Ooh, every move he makes, every breath he takes, I want to kill him. I can't stand watching him. That's a song. I guess it does fit, Jesus. So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker? But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. That's important, isn't it? Just this one. Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. I knew it! Gina was telling the truth. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Oh shit! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on him. I found it first, all right? I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The metal disc used to play music in a mechanical box. This piece of music, which remains unidentified, is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc back to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars! Oh, what do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? I'm gonna listen to Gina. I'm just gonna leave. Bye, guys. Can I just go? Sholmes, help! Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not like you're trying to hide very hard. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows, cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere's fellowship. I would call this far from a jovial atmosphere, perhaps the opposite. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place, whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Sholmes' caramel? Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then, why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word of what was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized, how much I could pawn it for. It seems Mr. Sholmes had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction. Let's go. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this prawn brokery today is something you have not yet revealed. That's JJBA Speedwagon. I haven't gotten that far in yet, but I think I've seen a picture of him before. Ugh. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with the intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go, Naruhodo. Let's dance. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Aw, yeah. Topic 1. Mystery man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. A piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. He throws it. The cane, which you unwittingly touched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. AG, that's not your initials. What other rot? I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. Oh my God, Sholmes! Am I gonna have to do this for you? The end of any walking cane should be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir? Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is a shovel? Is the broken handle of a shovel? It's a spade! What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. No. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. No. I think we gotta help him out. To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Okay. Topic 2. Great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter into which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And accordingly to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition. Oh, right, the Great Exhibition! That's gotta come up here, right? That was foreshadowed. I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower, which we will be doing in Final Fantasy XIV this Sunday. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you've been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Oh, apparently that's wrong. I feel like we need to fix the first one before we can tell what the fuck he's after. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over in the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's and the most closely guarded secrets that you just happened to drop here at the pawnbrokers. Okay. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence that you just dropped this info here at the pawnbrokers. But But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. Ah! And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he's a criminal, as he said. Then buying a brand new shovel... Oh. Sorry. All right. Then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed his secret. Oh! Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, and after all... Oh, my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. This is what you should say to yourself. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. So you're admonishing Gregson. He's like, well, you shouldn't have told me if I didn't want to tell anybody. He didn't want me to tell anybody. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Oh my god. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes's magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Here we go. So, by Mr. Sholmes's reasoning, Mr. Benedict came in here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh, I thought there was something drawn on the back of it. That looks like Gina. A little picture of Gina. Oh. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April, which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and the sketch are on the reverse of the flyer. Pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. Ah. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean... Here, to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of the overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. Or I said that wrong, but yeah, you were waiting here for her to arrive. Yeah. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person. Yeah, I got it. Literally right there. Literally right there. Like the I love how the spotlight starts on the obvious thing and then slides over. What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Clack, clack. Yes, exactly, and Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. About the AG on it. Yeah, there we go. Initialing. Look here, Miss Susato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be the initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh, AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. Ichio-san, hello, how are you doing? A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you'd had this cane for years. Ugh. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Don't tell me Eggs Benedict was actually a fake name. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. Apparently not the handle. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Oh? Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart. Look, so it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. That's right! So it doesn't fit him, he just ripped it. But now I think it probably was the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought. Susato? Are you okay? Or...
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. But he seemed to be taken off guard like that, so to abscond with a redeemed item solved. The great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Well, you could say the same thing about Gina. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to a pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter, which your eyes were inevitably drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would have never allowed you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? The ledger, right? Notelet. Oh, what's that? Oh, kitten, hello. Wait, look at this, Mrs. Sato. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. And Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? I want to see the kitty. Oh no, I can't examine it, huh? The gun. Okay, anyway. Notelet.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It's increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. And when the diligent broker made note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. So it's not worthless at all, but naturally you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Hello? I mean, just the... Oh, I guess I need to take a look at it, huh? Blood. Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're getting some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ow! Just thinking about it hurts and puts me off eating radish. McGilded! She said him. She was talking about McGilded. I had a feeling. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc. Look. And scribbled a word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. I had a feeling this had to do with him. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Some conspiracy going on.
Take that!
I knew he would come back to this last case. You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back? It reads, for McGilded. Oh, no wonder the overcoat doesn't fit him, because McGilded was tiny. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Or an enemy? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. Oh no, this is Ryunosuke. Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today... Dance time, let's go. The picture of the photorealistic dog on the decks next to Egbert. Oh my god, I gotta take a look at it. Was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Oh, the dog, I see it. Oh my god. The photorealistic dog. To acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Deduction complete. Elementary. Yeah. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. I kind of expected it because Gina. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mrs. Sato? Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, the thinker clock? What? No, I'm looking extremely carefully. You're right! I see it on the right there! The thinker! The thinker clock! Ah! Yes, I see it! Holy shit. Oh my god, are there any other Easter eggs in here? Whoa! Oh my god, I love all these little Easter eggs. Ah! Good catch. Thank you, Rowan. Today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Right, 2 months ago, he died, right. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. So he didn't do it? Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... What the fuck? Police? Mr. Windeman, do something? You got one bullet in your gun, I know. You can be like, don't pull a fucking gun in my shop. I must insist that you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? Absolutely not. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. A music box disc is one of them. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not.
Hold it!
I knew it. I knew he was gonna... Mr. Winterbank, this is my shop. I cannot allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Winterbank, no! All right, that's enough. Gregson, thank you. Very timely. I just realized this theme is pretty similar to Gumshoes. It's like the fancy old reimagining of Gumshoes theme. Holy shit. Gregson is our Gumshoe. Inspector Gregson. Just like a Sogi? Oh. Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines, so we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be! You're here at last! I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment! It would seem you have the upper hand. We have the coat back? Thank you. Right, you lot got some splaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Argy-bargy? Petty? Mr. Winterbank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. Oh, Mikuri and VT! Welcome, welcome!
This was not my intention.
Hello! Yes, such devastation. Welcome, welcome! Even his overcoat's the same color and style as Gumshoe's. Yes, I did notice that. I was like, you got the Gumshoe coat. But I didn't place the music similarity until just now. Now it's like, I was pretty sure he was supposed to be our Gumshoe, and now I'm like 100% convinced. Because of the music. Yeah. Welcome! How's your day going, Mikurine? Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come down with me to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! What the fuck? He's getting away! Ah, get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! Sir, did he really get away? What the fuck? There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, so that's how you got called. Also, nice advancement in technology. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mournin'. It kills me how he just stuffs the fish and chips in his pockets like fish and chips side down. Stretch. Okay. I probably need it. Oh. All right, stretch done. I should probably sip some water too, huh? Oh, yes? Oh, because he's always wearing black? I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded is to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. After all that, she couldn't even get it back. Damn. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Well, you didn't expect all that to happen when you went to go rescue your violin this morning, did you, Sholmes? Well, that was interesting. What a morning. '15th April, same day, Baker Street. See, that's why I ate grown-ups. All they did was feed you a pack of lies and take stuff from you. Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the deal let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. Wow, that's impressive. I guess it probably has less to do with his murder than... Oh my god, wait. It might be evidence for the case, though. Maybe it's good that we have it. Gina is so cute. I think she and Susato should hold hands. Actually, I think they're only a year apart. I think Susato is 16 and Gina's 15. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarp her. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that that's gonna get you into serious trouble one day. what I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc? But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. But that disc's mine! I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Another music disc, right? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital now that he's got the right violin back. No, Tall. Oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. I think she probably will. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. Yeah, she and Iris seem to be friends somehow, so... I'll inform Iris to set up a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later then. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's Windibank's, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than a pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. It really is close to his place. 221B Baker Street. Ow, Stella, no. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest... Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. I know. It's Susato's turn to get accused of murder. It's happened to Ryunosuke twice. There needs to be some equality here. She's our Maya. She has to be accused. I know, exactly. At least once. If not in this game, then the next. It should happen once. Oh my god, is this Iris's room? It looks completely different. This looks completely different. This must be Iris's room. 3:46 p.m.
Ah, Susie and Runo, come in, come in.
Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, I see. It's the other side of the place.
Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always? Hammer? What hammer? Why does she have a hammer? She has everything. Stella, come on. Oh, the hammer. I see the hammer. That could be Sholmes's hammer. It could be her hammer too. I think this is the same room, just longer. I could be wrong. I have to look around when they let me examine. Busy as always?
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Yeah, I see top left on the shelf now. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess.
I was there when she was invited. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it?
It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting?
Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional.
Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Yeah, see, it's all one long room. I just wasn't looking over at, Iris's side of the room.
Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since we got back.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Why are you depressed this time? Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. VR and gunshots? In the wall? I'll have to take a good look at the room. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. I think you saw her father die in Japan, and somehow you haven't put that together yet. On Sholmes' side. All right, I'll look.
What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
You've been here for 2 months and this hasn't come up yet? How did you?
Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book.
So can everybody, apparently. This girl is dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind.
All right, let's look at the room. VR and gunshots? Yeah, let's look at that. Ah, yes, the letters V and R inscribed on the wall in bullet holes. Isn't the initials of the Queen or something? It's so delightful to see it in the flesh, having read about it in the stories. It was so inspiring. I fired 100 arrows into my own wall at home to make the character of Susato, you know? Superb, but perhaps there are some things that the great detective does that you don't need to copy? Is that supposed to be like Queen Victoria? There's all sorts of, on these shelves here, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. All heaped up so high, I can't help but feeling the whole lot is gonna topple at any moment.
Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it?
Of course, when it's Sholmes, you're okay with messiness. Any other kind of messiness, and you, like, go and fix it all up. It just looks messy to me, like my desk.
But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself.
No favoritism there, then. The chemistry set. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk, it's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it? You can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. What about you? So, Mr. Sholmes, what are you so engrossed in? Staring at the table. Did you not hear? I am not here! Of course you're not. I cannot think why the whole bed of the ocean is not one solid mass of oysters, so prolific the creatures seem. He won't even turn around and look at me.
It's best just to leave him alone when he's in one of his moods like this.
Yes, I can see that. The Stradivarius is back in its rightful place. Now this is... Wah! Kiwi! Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! Hello viewers! We're, currently in 221 Baker Street, not in the suite of Sherlock Holmes, but Herlock Sholmes. Welcome raiders. Hey, Omni Boy. Welcome, welcome. I am playing a game about lawyers. That takes place in the year 1900, and we are here, we are fake Sherlock Holmes's roommates, and he's being moody. It's about what's going on. So I hope you guys have a wonderful time here in this kooky place we're in. Apparently we're getting ready for dinner. And a whole hoopla happened when Holmes tried to get his priceless Stradivarius back from the pawnbroker. So let's see. Now this really is Mr. Sholmes's faithful performing partner then. The Strappy Scar? The Scrapifarius? No, it's good. It's gone. It's no good. It's gone. This guy's got a nice room. Yeah. The Virtuoso's violin that he found in a pawnbroker's and managed to buy for next to nothing. After all we went through to get it back, he's just cast it aside on that chair. I was looking forward to hearing the beautiful sound it makes when Mr. Sholmes plays it. It does look rather sorry for itself there, doesn't it? Although... at least Wagahai hasn't attacked it yet, even as his eyes are saying it's only a matter of time. Wagahai is a kitty! Let's see if we can find the kitty. It might be in another room. So this is the main part, and then the roommate lives over here. I think is like Watson's daughter, but they couldn't get the rights to Watson, so they say Wilson. So Iris Wilson lives over here, and we were talking to her actually. Let's talk to her. This is Iris Wilson. Herlock Sholmes' roommate, and I think supposed to be like the daughter of Watson, but we don't know yet. We'll find out about her parentage. Oh, I guess I should introduce myself too. Hello, I'm Katie. I like to play games with story, and this is one of them. I've been a huge fan of the Ace Attorney series, but I never got to play these ones. Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, hi Kiwi. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you, were you doing art? What kind of art? I do, needle felting. Yeah, yes, laughing at me. I do needle felting on Saturdays. Yes, I love your froggies so much, Stella. Don't you dare. My cat was about to, like, scratch the TV screen to get my attention. You really like that noise. It's a good scene, okay? But yeah, oh, I love your frog guys so much. So yeah, I met Kiwi from needle felting. I needle felt on Saturdays, and I usually look for other needle felters to raid, and I found Kiwichi there needle felting one day, and so that's how we met. So yeah, if you like Kiwi's needle felting and you'd like to see some more, I do that on Saturdays. I do Final Fantasy XIV on Sundays, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I do story games such as today. We love needle felting little guys. It's so true. I just made a mouse last week. Bigger than my usual little guys, but still a little guy. But yeah. Oh yeah. I'll link it. Let's see. I kind of want to put some finishing touches on it actually. It's this mouse, but it needs to be fatter. I need to make it more chunky. Let's see. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid again, Kiwi. If my computer will work. Oh yeah, I'm getting a new laptop on the way, so maybe my everything will work a little faster. Anyway, here is make it fatter or else. I know, right? I have to. I have to. It's my mission. All right, here it is. I don't know why that link turned out to be so big, but it's from Final Fantasy XIV. It was recent major patch put in, not major patch, a recent patch put in this little guy. And you can, and I got one to follow you around. That's the version I did. But yeah. So let's talk with little Iris Wilson here. She is a 10-year-old genius. She's an inventor, and she's actually the one ghostwriting all the Sherlock Holmes stories. So she's a genius. There's no Arthur Conan Doyle in this universe. There's only Iris Wilson. Oh, Kiwi, thank you so much. That's really sweet. Ah, thank you. What's Iris? Oh yeah, we're expecting Ginny over for dinner. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? I will hit you up when I make it fatter. Absolutely. Ah, Dell, thank you so much for shouting out Kiwi. I really appreciate it.
Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together.
I remember that.
And now we're the best of friends.
I knew it. You guys are friends.
Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can.
Oh. Best friends.
And I chase her down the back alleys.
Friendship. I heard Iris and it made me look, oh, sorry, it took so long. I know. I was like, Iris, wait, we heard an Iris before. Oh, the Somnian Files, and she's even has pink hair and green eyes too. Just like Iris from the Somnium Files. Oh no, you got Iris PTSD. I'm so sorry, Dell. Oh, no problem, Dell, though. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for shouting out, Kiwi. Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I'd let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Jenny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she does actually come. Yeah, living with Sholmes, so what's up with that?
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind that and where are your real parents?
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
Your father's dead! Rinosuke got accused of his murder! She didn't mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what it's in the metal chest over there. The manuscripts?
Really? He recorded them all?
So, you mean it's true?
Mr. Sholmes, Ace Attorney characters can't be trusted because they'll see things like they're not around anymore, and you're like, oh man, they died, and it turns out they're just like a few hours away. In this case, he's dead for sure, but still, yeah, I know, right?
So you mean it's true?
Mr. Sholmes
Really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? I can't believe they still have not put it together that it was John Wilson who died in the first chapter.
Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up
and found your father's memoirs.
Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner.
I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock.
Hi, Katie, and hi, Iris. Hey, our sour grapes. Hello, welcome to the stream. I love Iris so much. Such a cutie. And so smart. She's so smart, but also I'm sad right now for her.
So, it came as quite a shock. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy.
I mean, you grew up thinking Herlock Sholmes was actually your father? What? It must have done. Same, she's a cutie. Oh, yeah. This is my first time playing through the Great Ace Attorney games, and oh my god, they're so good. I wonder why Oh yeah, if you guys hear any bumping, my cat is currently on the table trying to get my attention. I think she's gonna rub the microphone. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age.
Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh?
Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Yep, that's Stella.
Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually.
I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories.
Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind.
Oh, I see.
The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone.
You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? Susato's finally figuring it out?
That's right, Wilson.
They finally are putting it together.
Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine.
You see, now there can be no denying it, you guys. You guys know exactly what happened to him.
That's what prompted me to study and study so I could earn a doctorate as well.
At 10 years old. That's right, she is a 10-year-old doctor. Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. This was the very beginning of the game. This was case 1. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. And Ryunosuke had been accused of his murder. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato, yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Right? This would ruin dinner, for sure. But we should tell Sholmes, right? Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Eek! Mr. Sholmes! Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? We tried. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? So this is fake Sherlock Holmes. We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? This guy. My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? He looks like a guy you went to high school with, really? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilded's disc. What? You have major beef with that guy? Oh no. Herlock Sholmes bringing up bad memories. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Gina, if Gina's coming over, are you gonna give it to her or what?
Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications.
Oh, your calling cards? Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? And it's clean of blood. I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. The caramel? That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your mind. Oh! You took a mold of it? Stella, stop that. I thought the color was a little different. You took a mold of it. Oh my god. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. But now you have blood in your caramel. Don't eat that. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. The police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Oh, you could be a good musician. Magician? Sholmes and a musician. Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. That's amazing. Don't eat that caramel, it has blood in it. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Oh wait, no, that was Ryunosuke saying that. Pretend I said that Ryunosuke's voice. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know? Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Did you figure out what kind of machine it goes in? Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, one which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Why exactly? Portability? Because the discs are so easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means that we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Well, it's McGilded's, right? Presumably, he would have the music box in question in ownership. Could you, like, finesse the police into letting us visit his home and maybe the music box is there? I don't know. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. That sounds expensive. Every single one? That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far.
But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. It's for your health. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? No, don't kick us out to make room for the music boxes. Magnus McGilded, could we go to his house? Maybe he has the box. Magnus McGilded, not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it a curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. Ah, yes. Barak van Zeeks. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. I mean, that's pretty true. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter still remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then.
Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? On the chair over there. Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was.
Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now, on the left, there, Herlock Sholmes.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley?
Ah, this is where the Hounds of the Baskervilles come in. Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. What? Ah! That was in the telegram, wasn't it? The telegram. The telegram she read this morning. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say?
You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's the telegram, right? That's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. The stare, the stare, she didn't even have to say anything. I would have been like, oh, if she just gave me that stare. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's? And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah! What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Oh, I guess we're leaving that till later, huh? Gina? Gina's here? Miss Lestrade! This was a bad idea. I knew I wouldn't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade! You just caught us at a weird time, that's all. We've all been eagerly, oh no, Ryunosuke, we've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris?
Oh, yes! Just wait there, Ginny! We'll have everything ready in a jiffy! Come along, Susie!
Like, cock's gun, come along, Susie. No. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then.
Kitty! Kitty! Walk out high! Meow!
That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. So, you finally calmed down, or warmed up to each other enough to call her Gina. Good. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. 15th April, 9:34 p.m. Well into the night. You guys pack up early if 9:30 is well into the night. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Oh my god. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? Well, this is a legal consultancy. We're staying in it right now. What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. I knew it. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. Well, what about the Hound of the Baskervilles thing? Was that in the telegram too? Girl, talk to me. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Could you, like, secretly follow her? It's not stalking, it's making sure she's okay, and so the weird, dollar store Gant doesn't do anything. I don't know. All right. Scheming. Some scheming. Oh, who could that be, I wonder?
Good evening, friends!
Isn't it your bedtime, girl? It's 10. Ah, Iris. Hello again. Gina's still here. And Gina, too.
Yes, Jenny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jenny?
Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea.
You know, I've learned so much today.
Oh? What in particular?
All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful?
Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. You can already make a living from 1, being a doctor, 2, being an inventor, 3, being a writer. You don't need 4 jobs. You're only 10, Iris. You should have 0 jobs. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Oh, you pickpocketed his armband? Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you...
I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius.
So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though.
Ah, thank you.
All right then, good night.
Yes, good night.
So this is your office, is it?
What, you've never been up here? After 2 months?
What do you think, Ginny?
I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lived in a place like this.
Yes, me too.
That's not good. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you?
Aren't you going to tell me?
I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. What is going on?
All right, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it?
It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Daddy's? That's right.
I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner.
Eh?
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together.
Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened.
So, where's your old man now, then?
He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time.
Oh, fuck. I guess we should tell her, huh? Oh, this is gonna be difficult.
So, I've never really met him.
Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Putting off telling Iris her father is dead as long as possible. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases, I mean.
Oh? How?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that.
Yeah, he did completely... Oh, Stella, no. My cat is being naughty. Hold on a second. Alright, I went ahead and fed her. Hopefully that'll appease her for a while. Yes, Ichio-san, Stella strikes again. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But the story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please, do not ask me. Jesus, he's usually not like this.
All right then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, is it?
Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe.
That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean is what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But you can't pull over the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What?
Hurley's lying to me?
I thought Iris is really good at picking out people's lies. I don't know about that. Gina, talk to me. I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I hit some pompous idiot's purse. I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, sounds like having parents ain't always easy either.
Oh.
I mean, if you know you've never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them.
It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much.
Oh, Iris. He's dead! How are we gonna break it to her? It's gonna break her little heart. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Windibank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it.
Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look.
Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be so too hard on yourself, Iris. Oof, what's going on here? Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, all right. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. There go the girls. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Oops. Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. 10 years old. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Sato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh no, now I'm worried. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Wait a minute, why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's. Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really an old Windibank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Now, if you'd only just told us how you knew, Susato. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Oh, no. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Mrs. Sato. I hope she's okay and not actively robbing the place. I have a feeling it's not quite that. 1:14 a.m. Yeah, it is the middle of the night. 16th April, 1:14 a.m. Baker Street. The door to Windibank's, it's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Oh, Sholmes, what are you hiding?
There's no one here. Oh, yes. There is. Oh! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Wasn't that the Shakespeare guy and the Professor Layton looking guy? What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them. Go! Right! Oh, fuck. What? Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello, what have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
That's the... Oh! Gina!
It's Gina!
Gina's gonna get accused of murder! Of murdering... the pawnbroker. And I had a feeling the pawnbroker was gonna get murdered as much as he was like threatening to kill himself and stuff with a gun. I'm like, he's gonna get shot for real, isn't he? But not suicide, but he actually got murdered. What the fuck? I was wondering what the case was gonna be. I knew it had to come out sometime. Ah! I'll be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Behind that door, in the storeroom, hurry! Gina's gonna get accused of murder! It's Gina. From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn, before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. "16th April, 6:21 a.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy." Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Reno? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? When I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Mr. Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. I swear those 2 were the 2 that were also lodging in Soseki-san's building. The like Shakespeare guy and the Professor Layton looking guy. But I'll see if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they have to come back. They got away. There was like a tall one and a short one. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina.
Ginny? But why?
Well, the thing is...
No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know. None of us think she did it.
Then why have they arrested her?
The gun was in her hand. I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do.
I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they?
No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead. Iris.
Ah, this is all so horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom was locked from the inside.
I see.
But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no!
And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards...
Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room.
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yes. The only explanation indeed.
What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well?
What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't.
So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windibank's, a gun was fired and he took a bullet.
Hurley was shot? No!
It's all right. His life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at Sinners. Saint Sinners? Saints and Sinners? Saint Sinners? Okay. They're attending to him there.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris.
Where's Susie, Bruno?
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so They weren't questioning me for long. And Mr. Sato stayed behind the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later.
Oh, I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station.
I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno.
Yes. Another cute girl assistant. We got Iris following us.
I can't stand just sitting around here waiting.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. All right then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me?
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is. Probably in his hospital bed.
And don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation.
Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Yeah, let's go see Mr. Sholmes. I love this song. Where's the... Oh, St. Sinner's Hospital.
You haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me with you when you go.
It's always a bit quiet. Oh, she has comments on all of these that are different than Susato's.
It's always a bit quiet when Hurley's not around. I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting. This place feels different to normal today for some reason. You know, I think a visit to this place could be a good idea. You haven't been to this place?
Okay. Let's go to St. Sinner's Hospital. Ward 3.
Hurley! Oh! He's not here!
No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she?
Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home.
I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered.
Oh.
Hello, what have we here? Same guy as before. This ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman, a great mystery solver's, has a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure.
Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he currently is in the operating theater, ma'am. Mum, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear. Is he going to be all right?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is... Oh, God! Poor Sholmes!
Oh!
I have heard a report that a gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. So I'm glad they're not actually going ahead with the surgery until the anesthetic takes hold. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later.
Oh, poor Hurley.
Yeah, I'll come back and examine this place later.
This hospital feels positively ancient. I hope Hurley's in good hands. Now, I'll do a little look around.
There's a notes board on the wall here. Look, let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron.
Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients.
Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. Yeah, they don't actually have all of the all of the sterilization down yet, huh?
But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear.
I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholmes' sake. I hope the operating theater is clean. This must be Mr. Sholmes' bed.
Poor Hurley.
I know. Looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't think that will bother him.
No?
I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world.
I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. I think that's good enough. Oh wait, there's more. Crutches. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, you've never seen crutches before?
Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see?
Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort.
Why would there be weapons in a hospital?
I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in battle contest and brought here along with his weapons.
That's surprisingly plausible.
Alright, let's get going. Gina!
Poor Ginny, we have to help her.
"16th April, local prison, cell 13. Unlucky number. Hello, Gina. They let you have that still?
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made.
I wish she wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Be your lawyer.
Ginny.
I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard. Get lost.
Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't.
You think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh.
You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. What about kill a man? Just to see what I could lay me hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But
Ginny...
I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by here and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like, said it was my right or something. I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Ginny?
I have a bad feeling about this. I don't understand, Gina. How did you send the public defender? Why did you send the public defender away? You want me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's not gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do.
Why do you think that?
Because that's how it's always been for me growing up in the back slums me whole life. You do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all, been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it!
Ginny? Don't you trust Runo?
Nah, I don't.
Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers.
There's nothing to tell. I think there's a lot to tell. Figured it'd pay me, so... I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and, you know the rest.
There's only one key, and he had it.
But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into the place?
What?
Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference.
Please tell us, Jenny. We'll believe you, whatever it is.
Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have.
But what do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? You mean about the other trial you were involved in? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now.
Jenny, please.
Oh, yeah. Wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Oh yeah, that was on the counter in the pawnbrokers.
Kitty.
A photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it.
I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat.
That belonged to Mr. McGilded. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye.
Oh, Ginny.
A white cat photograph. A sweet little white cat obtained from Gina while interviewing her in her prison cell. Gina! Ah! Hello? Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it.
13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 o'clock p.m.
So this photographic print is a redemption ticket?
13th February? That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it?
A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it?
Oh no. If Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article, so it'd be on sale. So you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop?
Ah, yes. If it's something McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Interesting. That's why it would be in the pocket. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wagahai. It does. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. They're built different. I want Stella to go curl up under a kotatsu. She totally would. I'm gonna be your fucking lawyer. Would you have a look at, that's strange. Where's my armband gone? What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose. You looking for this? You stole it from jail? You're so good at this. Yes, but how and when and how again? I got a talent for it, haven't I? Diving. That's bordering on black magic. And it makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. So, what do you want to tell me about it then? I was just gonna... Alright, well, whatever. That's it, huh? Nothing? We can't give you nothing? Here, Gina, look at this. No ta. I wasn't saying you could have it. Oh, weren't you? Well, when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes me want it, see? So you better hand it over now. No, I'm not giving it to you. I guess I gotta go. She's not gonna... We'll get you. I'm gonna be your lawyer, okay, Gina? You better start accepting that fact. Well, shit. Yeah, I guess we should go to the pawnbrokery. 16th April, Windibank's pawnbrokery.
This is where it happened then. Last night.
That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables.
But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance.
Well, there's some shattered stuff on the floor. No, you're right about that, actually.
In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that! Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened! Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
That's right. Gregson has, like, a weak point for Iris or something. Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming!
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen him like this. The jet in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Holy shit. He is like a completely different person.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some.
Oh my god, that thermos is so cute! Glug, 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 glug. Oh, lovely! Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. Holy shit. You know, I think I'm reaching the end of my rope a little bit. I feel really hungry. I should probably start making dinner. But, holy crap, we are sure getting somewhere. Now we know what the case is gonna be about, and there are so many dark secrets to this case. I'm like really curious what's gonna happen next, so... I saved it, right? Yeah. So, I will be back with this tomorrow. For one more day, and we'll see how far we can get into this Baskerville case. We'll see what we can do. Although I highly doubt we're going to finish the case tomorrow, since the last case of the game is like always the longest. So, we will see. Thank you guys so much for making this a lively stream and watching, playing along with me. I so appreciate it, and thank you so much to Kiwi for the raid. I should figure out somebody to raid. Let's see. I'm sure my buddies are on. Or, if all else fails, someone else playing Ace Attorney. Oh. My friend Nono is playing a game with some weird dogs. You guys like weird dogs? Nono's got the weird dog game down. Playing Wobble Dogs. If you guys are down. Alright, yes, we're gonna go raid Nono's Carnival. Raid Nono's Carnival. Thank you guys so much for today. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll pick up right here talking to Inspector Gregson. Right, raid is going out. Should be going out. All right. Actually, I should make sure I'm on her page since I'm slow on the slow computer. Let's see. Okay. I think. Hold on. Man, this computer's so slow. I can't wait for my new laptop to come in. Please. All right. Anyway. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. And I'll see you tomorrow with more Great Ace Attorney. Bye!